vitamins track. Da da da. Rah rah rah. It's the daily vitamins. I got abstract wants, I got fast stack thoughts. Looking at the cosmos, connecting all the dots. If I'm just a point of view, how the fuck could I be lost? Chilling out in space on this big ass rock. It's the daily vitamin, let's rock. Rah, rah, it's the daily vitamins. I got abstract wants, I got fast stack thoughts. Looking at the cosmos, connecting all the dots. If I'm just a point of view, how the fuck could I be lost? Chilling out in space on this big ass rock. It's the daily vitamin, let's rock. It's the daily vitamins. I got abstract wants, I got fast stack thoughts. Looking at the cosmos, connecting all the dots. If I'm just a point of view, how the fuck could I be lost? Chilling out in space on this big ass rock. Alright. It's the daily vitamins. Let's rock. Alright guys. This where is it? I got a bunch of links from this talk. References. Unqualified reservations. Open letter to progressives. And I'm noticing I'm really bad at spelling. Shout out to autocorrect. Jacobitism. Still don't know what that means. Stuff white people like. Funny ass website. Oh yeah, I found out about this CO2 measurement tool. Pretty interesting. Humidity and temperature. Yeah, why measure? Apparently cognitive function. Let's just ask ChatGPT. Why should people measure the CO2 levels? Humidity. All right, well that does it. This is what it says. Yeah. Atmospheric pressure. All right, it's doing that. Let's finish these links. It's a good essay. Why nobody profits. We can take a look at that. CO2 over 1,000 parts per million makes you groggy and slow decision making. Okay. So it makes you groggy. Amount of time we spent indoors, roughly 90%. Jeez. Ability of buildings to positively or negatively influence our health, the advent of sustainable design or green buildings. Strategies reinvigorate questions regarding specific factors in buildings that lead to optimized conditions for health and productivity. Okay. Oh, I'm about to send Teresa. Open windows for fresh air, install air purifiers, especially those with CO2 scrubbers, minimize sources, use vented gas. Avoid candles. Oh, interesting. Next Friday. Oh, right. All right. All right. All right. All right. Um, I want to send this to a few people, then we'll get going. Hey, George. What's up, bro? Huh? Bye? Hey, Clayton, it's Dylan here. Perhaps I'm speaking to you directly, George. We'll find out shortly, I suppose. I reached out to you a few months ago, and what you had said to me is people that are most successful in this role are typically people that have played with the platform. And you could have set me out on a task to say, go build something interesting. And so when I was thinking about what would be interesting or unique, I tried to think about it from Clay's perspective. And I guess what would be unique or interesting is probably something that, expands the repertoire, the tools that are available within Clay. I tried to think about the value proposition of Clay and perhaps underserved parts of the platform. There is a tool called V0, which is Vercel's UI prototyping tool. What I kind of recognize is that local businesses dread website revamps. What I built with Clay is a 2-button click AI makeover, Clay being the engine of it all. When I drilled in further, what I recognize is that, dental clinics are businesses that make a ton of money, but don't necessarily have developer talent. Looking through the stock integrations that were available within Clay, Google Maps API enrichment, what I was able to find is local businesses in an area. I got their website as well as their address and their rating reviews, etc. What I did then was actually create a lightweight Node.js server that uses Puppeteer to log in and authenticate in my V0 account. It then drafts a prompt which collects the website URL from Clay, dynamically prompts V0 to redesign this website. I offer a system prompt that fits into accessibility and SEO modern web practices. Basically, I set V0 off, and when it's completed, it pings a webhook within Clay to update the row. In that webhook page, I'm monitoring the API, and once it pings me at the webhook, I then use the write to table enrichment to associate the ID of the job with the row in our Clay table right here, and it updates the URL. How I see it is that support could easily resolve site refresh queries in one reply, and go-to-market engineers could try to upsell on API minutes or API calls to V0. I'm more than happy to open source the server and to write the help center articles, something I'd be happy to do. With that, I think it's time to jump into a quick little demo of the tool. As you can see, I've queried 10 businesses, dental clinics within the Vancouver, British Columbia area where I'm situated. Here, there's not a lot of West Coast people on the product support team at Clay, so more than happy to help fill that need and maybe take some of the load off the East Coast team. Let's dive into an example. I'm going to show you a current design that's been done. Great. So there you have it. What I'm going to do now is get Clay to do it for us. Let's query our API. Let's send a post request. This is Puppeteer being launched. So Puppeteer has been launched. If we go look at our server, we recognize, okay, we started the Puppeteer job API, handed off this job ID, authenticating, looking for text area, trying to prompt, looking for submit button, clicking submit, URL immediately after submit. So the tool then sits and waits asynchronously for a stable URL. Once it has it, it hangs our webhook table over here. And as you can see, the job is done. Here's the associated ID, no errors, so that's great. If we go and click look up single row, it finds that URL, and there we have it. So this will still be running, but it is off to the races. And our job here is essentially done. V0 is complete with its redesign. Seems to be that this text here is appearing white. It's unfortunate with a white background. Testimonials, visit our office, it gets the correct URL. Yes, okay, perfect. So super well done. Obviously there's a few issues that would need to be fixed in V1, such as this white text appearing on the white background. I also think that these could be made to be more like navigation and a little bit popping a little bit bigger. So there's definitely some lumps, but there you have it. A brand new vision for what a company's website could look like in about 5 minutes time and with the click of 2 buttons. Um, like I said, thank you for your time. You have a great day. All right. All right. So I sent some messages, doing my due diligence, trying to make sure I'm, you know, going to market with this role, trying to do what I can. All right. So apply here. Career with AI conferences returning to London. Okay, not interested. News worth knowing. OpenAI updates Health Bench, a new benchmark that tests how good the models are at flagging emergency situations, doing data work in healthcare, accurate communications. Most defining impacts of AGI, if developed and deployed effectively, large language models have the potential to expand access to health and information, support clinicians. To get there, we need to ensure models are useful and safe. Evaluations are essential to understanding how models perform in health settings. Significant efforts have already been made. Today, we're introducing Health Bench, a new benchmark designed to better measure capabilities of AI systems for health, built in partnership with 262 physicians who have practiced in 60 countries. Health Bench includes 5,000 realistic health conversations, each with custom physician-created rubric to grade model responses. You know, I was just at a doctor, like not 2 weeks ago, and it was and I don't know, maybe I've talked about this on stream already, but man, it was the most disappointing health visit I've ever had. And that's saying something because I don't know if I've ever had one that wasn't disappointing. I feel, and you know, I think the grass is always greener on the other side. But I think public healthcare just is not, it's just not great. I just don't think that the physicians really care, you know? And how can they? You know, they're obviously in a tough spot where they just see so many people. But man, I would pay good money to go to a doctor that like is fully on board with I'm using AI. I'm reading articles all the time. I'm like invested in being the best doctor. And I feel like there needs to be, if you're going to have public health, there needs to be like some sort of public database that, you know, keeps these people accountable and like sort of ranks them and evaluates them. And, you know, how do you do that? By health outcomes, you know, by speed of, getting rid of those, you know, ailments that are bothering any particular person and finding a good way to categorize it so that you know, like, hey, this doctor is really good for these things, has a lot of experience in this area, doesn't know much about these things, doesn't have a lot of experience here. You know, just make it like NBA players where all of these stats are available. Anybody can go do any sort of analysis. And yeah, I just think you would have a much more like a much healthier community. And it's kind of a bummer because yeah, this guy basically told me like, dude, I think that your back pain is actually just like your ADHD. Like I think your body's just like, oh, I want to move. I don't like this. I don't like standing still and working. And that's what this is. It's not any actual physical issue. And I'm like, how would you know, bro? You know? How do you know that? I'm telling you all these things. I'm like, yo, can we get some like tests run? Like I want to like a body composition. I want to know if I have any allergies. Like I want some exhaustive tests done so that I can get a handle on what's going on with me. And I asked him like, hey, what, you know, just try to help me understand what research I can do for myself so that when I come to you, I can participate in these conversations in like a way that you. All right, guys. Perfect. Spam call. Love that. Um, but yeah, I was just like, man, like what can I research to be able to give you the proper context that you need so that this conversation could go as easy as possible for you so that we can just be more productive in our time together. And I just feel like that's perfect. That's a perfect use case of AI. Like maybe you need to have an AI evaluation before you come and see a doctor. That's sort of like, okay, before you can talk to me, an actual doctor, you need to talk to an AI for 30 minutes, just blab to this thing, have it develop some sort of plan for me, and then we can move forward after this thing kind of does this initial sort of narrow or like lay of the land, just to be like, okay, he's talking about back stuff, you know, he's not talking about respiratory issues, not talking about this, that, or third. It could be related to respiratory in this lane. Maybe you could talk about this, such and such. Um, let's actually just, did I do that? I didn't mean to do that. Daily vitamins. Oh, um, just gather context about the ailments. Issue. I didn't know, like a proper report on the meeting. Action items, next steps, summary, action items, next steps, etc. Also should provide resources. What else? Anyways. Where the meaning align on the issue, give the problem language. I really don't like these colors. Inference cost per example and the score of it. For 0, not very good. Yellow is 01, I think. Can't really tell with these colors. Horrible colors, man. Or maybe not even the colors. I think it's just the this thing. I should note this down before I forget. Daily vitamins. Let's actually make just a brand new note for this. App. I don't understand why this doesn't want to work on the screen. This is so annoying to me. Okay, I have an app idea. I'm just looking for a clever name. Basically, what the app idea would be is OpenAI just came out with some report about Health Bench, and you know, amongst other things, what it talks about is doctors or physicians using AI and how they perform with it. And so I was thinking, I have some notes here, but I'm like, okay, one, a requirement for visiting a doctor should be a 15-minute chat with an AI so it can do the initial intake. This step would be about gathering context about the ailment to narrow down the context of the problem. It should then produce an agenda for the meeting, align on the issues, give the problem language to the clients, give the problem language to the clients and the doctors, i.e. like, me not being a doctor, not being technical in this field, it's going to be tougher for me to communicate with a doctor in a way that they will understand, and vice versa, because they just have a different level of like vocabulary and specificity that they're coming with. And we just have these sort of anecdotal feelings. And so it doesn't really feel like clients or patients and doctors really are collaborating. And for me, I just feel like people need to have more agency over their health, where they see doctors as like, consultants and not really like priests. A couple quotes from there is like, adjusting terminology, tone, and detail based on user personas improves clarity, understandability, and usefulness. Another one is, users do not communicate all the context needed to give accurate and appropriate answers. Another one is, the strength of evidence for different health topics varies greatly. Expressing uncertainty in low evidence situations helps prevent overconfidence. And then lastly, calibrating depth ensures users with health questions get the information they need at the level of detail needed to make informed decisions. So to me, if you brought this into health practices, not only could they do the initial intake, but also an AI hopefully would be able to produce like a really good, solid report or summary of the meeting. This would have a summary of what was discussed, action items, next steps. I'm not sure what else, but etc. And something I think about is like, my dad owned and operated a business for 25 plus years. Right? Like created this thing from 0 to millions. he had this like massive file cabinet, not only at his office, but at the house in his home office where he worked often. And he kept paper bills of literally everything and all these detailed journals and stuff. And so, I think, why doesn't he have something like this for his health? And it's like, well, when you go to the doctor, the only piece of like paper that they give you is some prescription. Like there's rarely a report, there's rarely like, here's my thoughts on it. And I just feel like it's crazy to me that it's just crazy to me. Like, what's more important than your health? Um, and so I'm like, okay, well, maybe instead of you taking that to a doctor, what you actually do is that you put it in the hand of consumers, and they have this AI that they talk to. And maybe it is ChatGPT, but maybe you can make like a more tailored experience for individual users so that they, have updates with their AI doctor, and this is something that their AI doctor can send to doctors before they go visit them. Something that just keeps like a much greater pulse and specificity and carries more context than just me showing up to a doctor and saying, man, I'm having like back problems. Like, what's going on here? So that's one thought. Yeah. What would be some clever names for that? I'm looking for like, I don't know, 20 different ideas. Ideally, they're short names. I don't really care if it has AI in its name, but it should be relevant to this context. It's like a health partner. What are some names that come to mind for you? Pulse Point, MediLink, Clarity Health, Housewives, Vitality Bridge, Advocate AI. Advocate? I kind of like that. Vitalog? Okay. Just doing that. Health Advocate, Med Advocate. Health advocate. None of these are really like med. This is a friend of mine, Nicholas, who I co-founded a startup with. Nicholas Hui.
Technology, especially AI, comes in. AI can automate a lot of the routine with essential touch points, sending follow-up messages, flagging potential medication issues, or even suggesting when a patient might need an intervention. It's like having an extra set of hands to ensure no one slips through the cracks. For example, at MedMe, we're developing tools that help pharmacists focus on the human side of care while letting AI handle things like tracking adherence, triaging patient requests. It's about creating a scalable, high-touch experience without adding unnecessary strain on the team.
Baller. MedMe. Such a sick name, man. Well done, Nick. Operating system for pharmacies of the future. Yeah. What did you change into pharmacies? Clinical practice. Journal webinar, blog. Okay. Travel medication prescription authority. Minor ailments module. Med advocate. Advocate. Advocate now. Health advocate. Care advocate. Advocate connect. Advocate MD. MD advocate. Health voice. I wouldn't say any of these really tickle my fancy. Um, Ideally, it sounds like pretty natural to say and is really short. You know, I'll give you an example. This is already a domain and a company, so it doesn't work, but it's a friend of mine, and so that's why it came to mind. But through doing this, I just realized how awesome of a name it was. But his company is called MedMe, and basically they help pharmacies with prescription adherence and whatever. You know, they service pharmacies. I think MedMe is just an awesome name. Um, yeah, so that's to give you a sense of that. For me, though, I'm thinking like, you know, this name should tell me what this tool does, and what this tool should do is basically be like my it should be like my medical journal. You know, like what I'm envisioning and how I would want to use this tool for myself. And it purely is for myself. It's just like I want to be able to talk to this AI and have it, you know, hear my um, periodic thoughts about my health. Maybe it's like something I check in on the daily about, and it's supposed to contain all of this context about my medical history and health or whatever it may be. You know, maybe I put in my weight, all of this stuff. Maybe there's some integrations with wearable technologies, just something that can, you know, provide a really strong, um, you know, health score or health journal for myself so that when I go to see a doctor, there's a very clear sort of snapshot of how I'm doing today, but it also has that obviously super important context of my history. MedNote, MedMemo, MedLog, HealthPal, MedNote, MedJot, VitalDoc, Google Docs. Maybe, I guess to me, these feel a little bit too on the nose. They don't really feel that clever or tasteful. I want something that's elegant. Maybe it um, references some sort of historical context. You know, I guess what I think about is perhaps, um, yeah, just something not so on the nose. I want it to be clear to people, but in like a nerdy sense, like like the tool for learning languages was Rosetta Stone, which has nothing about, hey, look at this to learn languages, but the historical context and knowing what the Rosetta Stone is, then it becomes like, oh, this is a clever name. Maybe even YouTube, it's like, actually that I guess is kind of on the nose, but like the tube is TV. You is like, hey, it's your very personalized television. Um, I'm trying to think of other really well named tools. Maybe even Tesla, where it's kind of like, hey, this is a car company, but what we're named after is the guy that created um, this, whatever, DC, I think it is, um, which is a huge part of batteries. And these are battery powered EV vehicles. Uh, are there clever names that, you know, has this kind of thing been done before? Was it done in the past? Who was the person that looked at the health of, I guess, prominent people in the past? Maybe like a maester? I don't know. Is there something like that? Guys, I'm gonna be honest. Wait, where did that go? Okay, perfect. I don't even know where that went. Um, History. I'm Hotep. Hotep. I'm Hotep. Hotep. How do you pronounce this? This must have like a way to pronounce it, right? Your Hotep. Your Hotep. My Hotep. My Hotep is available. Okay. There's some Hygia. Hippocratic. Hippocrat? What about Hippocrat? Hippocrat. Hypocrite. Hypocrite. Okay, that's cool. Hypocrite. Hypocrite. Socrates. Hypocrite. Names. Hypocrite. Hypocrite. Right? It's available. Hypocrite. Ba, 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 da, da, do, la, la. Okay. App. Hypocrite. Hypocrite. Modal. Ideas. This is a status seed. Categories. App. Health. Priority. 2. I actually think it's a pretty good idea. All right. Okay. Wow. We're an hour and 30 minutes in. Jeez. I was actually supposed to be doing work. This is hilarious. Okay, let's make a new one. Wait, I got this already, right? Okay. That's what we're working on. Yeah, we're gonna get to that real soon, guys. Okay, 4.0 gets reinforced fine-tuning. RFT teaches models to reason a certain way to increase accuracy on tests where answers can be verified. How big is this? Yeah, it's not big. Okay, 4.0 mini. Reinforcement fine-tuning teaches models to reason in a certain way to increase accuracy on tasks where answers can be clearly verified. This guide for OpenAI, how to use these cases, and how companies are using RFT. I want to try something while I'm here. Can you read this PDF? Alright, well, I'm doing this. I'm just gonna clean this up. New folder. Is there no way to make a new folder? Quick actions, customize. Rotate. Finder extension can have search functionality, markup, trim, create PDF. Done. Did info, compress, duplicate, alias, copy, share, tags, services. New Ghosty tab here. New terminal, add folder. Folder actions setup. Finder wants to use a restricted service folder action setup. Folder, how do folder action? Okay, another one. Chat. Oh man. How do folder actions work in Mac OS? What can I configure them to do? Let's go like this, I guess. New folder, unfortunate. Yes, okay, so products. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. All right, baller. do it. Able to do it. Oh, I'm gonna go to the washroom real quick. Just so I can read it and split out C's for every product. Okay. Amazing. Okay. Well, so, okay, while it does, that's perfect. Okay. Well, we're kind of jumping to a different part now, but I'm gonna continue working on this reading this newsletter. But what we were going to get to is basically I have this 87 page PDF that has that is a catalog of our products that we sell at Seven Generations Medical, which is the company I'm like the BC growth lead for. How do I get rid of the hide sidebar? And basically, this is just a horrible, horrible catalog of things. Like nobody wants to look at this. And I'm like, well, you can make this a website very easily, and all of the data is here. And so I was trying to use Gemini to do it because I was like, okay, well, Gemini has a huge, huge, huge context window. And basically it was like, okay, I understand what you're looking for, but I can't really do that. If I look at this one, this is where it actually says it. It's like, la, 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 la. Yeah, I was like, I have a huge catalog. What can you do with this? It tells me all the stuff I can do with it. I'm like, great, that's awesome. Okay, perfect. Well, here's what I want to do. I want to make this catalog an online catalog with like obviously a much nicer user interface than a catalog. So without getting too much into the user interface just yet, what I think it needs to be done is actually putting this product in a Google spreadsheet or a CSV format for me to be able to seed an actual database. Are you able to take the catalog and make a good Google sheet or make a Google sheet with each of the items and the associated information? That's a very common and smart goal. Here's how I can assist. I cannot directly access your 87-page PDF file. I cannot directly modify a Google Sheet for you, which is like, well, what the fuck am I paying this for this service for? What I can do to help you achieve is this. I can process the text context you provide and identify product information, structure the data in a CSV or a TSV. Our process would look something like this. You would define the columns, you provide the text, copy and paste the text from a section, and I process and structure. I'll read through the text you provide and attempt to extract the information for each product, formatting it according to the columns you defined. I'll give you a block of text like this. You then read and import it into a text file. You then turn it into, what is the thing that I was looking for? It tells me to do. Item subtype, da 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 da. What does it say? Oh yeah. Paste it, should automatically distribute the data. Paste into a plain text editor. And then you can import that, iterate. Yeah, right here. So change the name and make sure the encoding is good. And then you want to go in here and convert the document to plain text. Click on the formatting, do this, and then save it as a CSV file. So I was like, okay, cool. I did it. And then it only did it for 2 pages. I was like, oh, that's kind of annoying. Whatever. We end up going through all of them. It starts doing all of them. And then I woke up, or not, I didn't wake up. I was doing this last night. And then last night, I was like, cool, we're just humming along. This is going great. And I was like, okay, at this point, I'm just saying like next, right? Like it knows how to do what I'm asking. This is great. I don't need to do anything else. Just essentially clicking the button. Next. I'm a text-based AI and that's outside of my capabilities. Nope, it isn't. We've been doing this. Just finished the wound care section. I'm designed solely to process and generate text, so I'm unable. I'm ready for the next page to be processed. I'm unable to help you with it. Can you explain what's going on? Why is this working? I can't understand. I can't assist you with that. I'm only a language model and don't have the capacity to understand and respond. What? Okay. whatever. Let's just try a new chat maybe. Hey, I'm doing this. Yeah, I can definitely help you with that. Cool, cool, cool. Well, let's try it then. Try to extract this. Okay, I'll extract it. It does it. Perfect. I said, do the next one. That looks correct. Try the next page. I'm not programmed to assist with that, but this is after I see it working through it. So I don't really know what's going on, but it doesn't want to do it anymore. So that's why I'm asking Chat GPT to try this. So yes, I can read it and spit out a clean CSV of every product in it whenever you're ready. Perfect. Here is how I want it done. And I have in here I am looking for a .csv output file. Products. The columns for this CSV should be item subtype, code, name, perfect. Hmm. Okay, perfect. Don't begin just yet. I want to give you the context. Basically, this PDF is a product catalog guide of medical supplies from a company I represent. In the catalog, there is a table of contents that breaks down the chapters. It goes like this. Are these just pictures? Is that what the issue is? Goes like this. What I'm trying to do is to move this catalog from a PDF big document to a proper web interface. I'm not so worried about the web interface at this moment. What I'm currently trying to do is get a CSV file so I can import this into an Excel or a Google Sheets so that I have the data and it's properly, labeled and set up, I will then use this to seed my database. I have already done some work on this, having completed most of the wound care products up to page 20, up to and including page 26 has been converted into a CSV already. Item type. Well, let's just copy it from that one of data products. Let's go care products. Item type, item subtype, code name, brand description, volume, dimensions, about. Did I have some? What did I say in here? Okay. Okay, that's pretty good information, actually. Guys, I'm gonna. What does it say? Okay, makes sense, Dylan. Couple gaps, watch out, missing / ambiguous fields. You list description twice. Oh. Did I list description? Okay. Analog.
هو عارف إن مش بيحب يألف كتير يعني مش كده. هو عارف طريقته. وبعدين هو عارف دلوقتي إن أنا إيه بحاول أخلص. مش عايز اختراعات جديدة. هو بيعمل إيميلات يعني وأنا بقول له عايز.
Pretty good. Few things to think about here. Let's write these down. Okay, so Um, Go to page 11, PDF, page 13. What does it say? Mepitel one wound contact layer. I this is Product code is 293500. Two nine three five zero zero. I 293. I wish this PDF would let me search this, right? I wonder if it's in this one. Um, This this number isn't right, right? Am I tripping? Exactly. All right. Well, that's doing that. Let's go look at this again. That customize. That's customizable too. Damn, this is gonna take crazy long, isn't it? Yikes. Oh gosh. want the actual code. Here's a 4-row sample covering. Yeah, I think it should be more like that. Few things. Firstly, this only provides the vendor code, not the actual product code. $6:30. 6:30. Vibes then. Vendor code is 355. Yeah, that's better. Okay, we're gonna get rid of this. Much better. Much better. Much better. Let's do all of the wound care products. All right. Do I leave the stream on? Because I am about to leave, guys. I'm about to leave. Maybe what we'll do is yeah, we're gonna slap this on. I would like to watch this later, so we'll slap this on.
Your entire marketing team with AI, and I know that sounds crazy, but I'm going to show you actually how to do it
I will try to be back
very,
before this
very
finishes.
simple way.
You're
You're going to enjoy this episode. People who listen to this episode, I don't care if you're a designer, a developer, a copywriter, a marketer, you will learn some skills that'll help you make a lot of money coming up, help you automate a lot of your job, help you get customers. And we show you the exact plan for how you can create a business from the arbitrage and the insights of using a lot of these AI tools. I couldn't be more excited for you to listen to this episode until the end, because I do believe that a lot of lives will be changed if you know how to use these tools. Enjoy the episode.
The Startup Ideas Podcast. Sipping time, baby.
This might be our most requested Startup Ideas podcast. I did the video and we talked a lot about some of your ideas on vibe marketing, introduction vibe marketing. I've brought on Mr. Vibe Marketing himself, boring marketer. And what are we going to learn today?
Well, I've been spending a lot of time building workflows and sharing what I know about it with, my social audience, community, and all that. And I think a lot of people believe that workflows have to be super, super complicated. Maybe you've seen like a screenshot of a workflow and it's got a million different things happening. But I'm going to actually show you that the most powerful workflow you can build is also the simplest one.
So by the end of this episode, what are people going to learn? Are they going to get like an introduction to N8N? Are they going to understand how to build their first workflow? Like, why should someone give their time to stick to the end to this?
I think if you stick to the end, you're going to get a glimpse of what the future of marketing actually looks like. And it's going to be very actionable. And I'm going to lead you through exactly how I would vibe market a product.
Cool. And my ask for you is I've played with N8N. It's a bit overwhelming for me. And I'd like to see a sample workflow so that I can basically just copy it and just implement it in my business. So that's my ask for you. Let's get right into it.
Sure. All right. So, like I said, there's a lot going on about these workflows and what tools to use and things of that nature. So in the community that we have, there's a lot of people that are like, hey, how do I build my first workflow, or where do I even start? So the two most common platforms that are out there that I typically recommend folks check out is either Gumloop or N8N. I like to use N8N because I'm a little more on the advanced side and there's a little bit more flexibility, like what I'm about to show you here today. But you should use it because you can automate a lot of the boring manual tasks that are in your business. I use it for marketing specifically, where there's a ton of manual stuff that you have to do. And once you automate it, you're kind of freed up to focus on more strategic or creative things. And that's sort of the essence of what Vibe marketing is all about. So what I thought I would do is kind of show you a few things that I created this morning that if you were to try to do it manually, it would take you at least 2 to 3 weeks of work to get it done. And I did it in about 30 minutes prior to hopping on this podcast.
Sounds too good to be true, but I'll let you, you're one of my smartest friends, so I'd love to see it.
Okay, cool. So one of the other common questions I get around, Vibe marketing and building workflows is, what workflow should I build? I think people have this like cold start problem. So we're also going to try to answer that as I walk you through this stuff. So the way that I like to think about building my first Vibe marketing workflow is I like to understand where's the demand out there on the internet for my product or my service. Now, the easiest way to find that is to do keyword research. This allows you to understand what people are searching for on Google, how often they're searching it, and how much potential traffic you can get to your website if you rank and show up on the results for that keyword. Now, SEO and all that's changing. A lot of people are talking about how do I rank in LLMs, or how do I show up in ChatGPT if someone searches for a keyword related to my product as well. And this is going to help to address that too. So I'm really going to walk you through how I would approach an organic growth system that's going to help you rank and get discovered, help you create content that's relevant for what your customers are looking for, and then how you can look at it as sort of like a continuous improvement process so that you can go out and beat the competition. So when it comes to keyword research, there's a couple common tools that people use to do it. There's Ahrefs, there's SEMrush, there's a bunch of other ones. Now, if you've ever tried to log into one of these tools, it's very overwhelming. Have you ever tried to log into Ahrefs, Greg?
Much to my chagrin.
Okay. So you log in, there's a lot of different buttons, a lot of different things to click around on and stuff like that. So I'm going to show you sort of an end result, and then I'm going to walk backwards. So what you're looking at right here is a fully completed keyword research study that I did this morning. Sorry, I just opened that I did this morning. So what we're looking at here is 42 different keywords that Beehive, a newsletter growth platform, could go and rank for. It's telling me that there's 14,580 monthly traffic available for these keywords. It's telling me that there's about medium competition for these keywords, so I have opportunity to go and outrank the competitors. And there's 20 high potential keywords specifically here. So what you see is there's various types of keywords. There's informational keywords. These are like, how do I start my first newsletter? There's commercial keywords like, what is the best newsletter platform for my business? And there's a couple other types as well. It's even showing me some of the competitors that are currently ranking for those keywords out in the market. Okay, so the next thing is that it's giving me some key insights and recommendations already. So it's telling me what type of content I need to go and create in order to rank for these keywords. So it's telling me to create like comprehensive guides around newsletter creation, monetization, and even growth strategies. It's telling me how I can get a competitive edge versus the competition. So I need to analyze the gaps on how I'm different than Substack, for example. And then it's giving me, what the traffic opportunity actually is. So this is just the overview. And then if we go into the long tail recommendations, you can see that we have a bunch of high quality, very targeted keywords that we can go after and try to rank for. Okay, so we've got examples like newsletter platform for creators, email marketing software for writers, best newsletter monetization tools. These are all things that folks are actively looking for online. So if I click into these keywords, it's giving me like the exact steps that I need to do to go and show up for this so that I can get the right type of traffic to my website. So it's telling me create in-depth guides, develop case studies, create comparison content with competitors, and then build landing pages optimized for this term. All right. So I've got some information on like where the demand is out there. And that's usually the place that I like to start. Now, if you were to build this out as a workflow in N8N, it would be very complex. It would be like, hey, go and, access some sort of keyword database, categorize the keywords, go and look at competitors. And there'd probably be like, 15 to 20 different, nodes, which are, different actions within a workflow in order to get this done. But I'm going to show you like how simple this can really be to get this type of output.
I want to say one quick thing.
Yeah.
So we just quickly went over the exact plan around how to just siphon out 5, 10, potentially up to 15,000 monthly traffic to a landing page. Like it's like, build this guide. Here's what it should be, which is insane to think about. It's basically giving you the plan around how to actually build the thing. And then when you look at something like beehive.com, so these are SaaS tools that will give you 10, 20, 30, 40, 50% of revenue. So I've done a guide. I'll link it in the show notes around how to start an online directory, which sounds like, by the way, the most boring business to start of all time, like an online directory and teaching people and basically, creating a list of top, let's say, email providers. But having affiliate links is probably, and creating directories and creating guides around this sort of thing is probably the easiest way to get started in this whole like make money online space.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the easiest way to get started is to figure out how you can identify existing demand and analyze the competitors to see what they're not covering. And then that's your entry point right there.
Cool. All right.
Okay. So this looks pretty complicated, right? Like it's got all kinds of recommendations. It's got a bunch of keywords, all kinds of really good stuff. And like I said, you might think that this requires an incredibly complex workflow, but I'm going to show you how I arrived at this. So I'm going to open up Claude Desktop. So you might think that there's a super complicated workflow to find these opportunities and keywords out there, but I actually created that entire dashboard showing me my relevant keywords if I'm Beehive with one prompt within Claude. So I said, find me 20 long tail keywords, non-branded. That means I don't want it to be like people searching for Beehive, for the domain beehive.com. Now, if you were just using Claude out of the box, it couldn't do that. Now, you might see that I have this little thing here called keyword tool. Do you see that, Greg?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm looking at, but like I've never seen that. Okay, cool. Yeah.
You've probably never seen that in Claude because it's not something that you can just access within Claude. What this is an MCP integration. Okay. So I'm able to access a tool that I created in N8N called Keyword Tool that's going through Hrefs, all the data in Hrefs, and just pulling out the information that I need, which are these 20 high potential long tail keywords. So if you find Hrefs confusing, if you find keyword research confusing, we're letting Claude do all the hard work of finding what keywords you need to focus on.
I love it.
Okay. So that alone, like if you want to do like manual keyword research and you're not like a super, search or SEO or digital marketing professional, that could take you 20, 30, 40 hours to go into a tool, to analyze the keywords, to look at the competitors. And when I prompted Claude here, it returned these keywords to me within 30 seconds.
Yeah. Also, you could be spending 20, 30, 40 hours and still not have the right keywords.
Yeah, exactly. Like these are highly relevant. They're exactly the type of keywords that I want to go after. And, this alone is like incredibly valuable.
All right. I knew you'd give this sauce. Okay. Let's continue.
All right. So we've got our keywords here with a prompt. And you can see like they're targeting the core functionality of Beehive as a newsletter platform while focusing on specific user needs and use cases. So we're targeting keywords that have intent behind them. These are the ones that, once somebody clicks on a result in say ChatGPT or on Google search, these folks are actually going to do something on your website. Not all search traffic or whatever is created equal. These are the type of visitors that are actually going to convert to your product or service, which is super, super important.
Yeah, it's super important because there's a lot of people who are like, yeah, I get like 1 million visits a month to my directory or whatever, but it's low quality stuff, right? I'd rather have 10,000 high quality and just focus on those people if they're going to convert at 5 to 10x what with the others.
Exactly. So what I like to do after I get the information here is I like to create like an interactive asset within Claude. So Claude has, this artifact feature where it can basically code up like a dashboard or a website for you. So after I got these initial keywords from my keyword tool, I asked Claude to create an interactive dashboard highlighting all these keyword opportunities. And that is what I'm showing you here.
Wow. So you just prompted it that. We'll share the prompts. We'll share some of this in like a guide for people so that they can download this. It'll be in the show notes, but you just basically one prompted this.
Yep. Find the keywords, now create a dashboard. And, Claude's really smart. So it didn't just list out all of those keywords that we looked at after the first prompt. It actually went into Ahrefs and it pulled the potential traffic that you can get, from these keywords. It pulled the difficulty. It pulled the search volume for each one of these various keywords. It pulled some information about the competitors. So this is all real data from Ahrefs.
Crazy. And we have a lot of people who listen on Spotify and Apple, the Startup Ideas podcast. Like, can you just name, for the people who are not watching, just name some of these keywords?
Yeah, absolutely. So some of the keywords, assuming I'm Beehive,
actually, better question. What if you were to pick one or two keywords on this list, what would you pick and why?
Yeah, we'll get into that next. I would say how to grow newsletter subscribers. Okay. It's got some decent volume, so 2,300 searches monthly. It's relevant at 89%, and then the difficulty isn't too bad. So I feel reasonably confident that I could go and rank for that keyword with the right strategy.
Cool.
Okay. So we're going to go back to Claude, and I'm going to talk about what step 2 is. So here, here we have the keywords. Okay. And now it's like, this is great. We have keywords, but what do I do with them? So the thing that you want to do with keywords is we want to start creating content around that search term so that we can attract the right people to our site. All right. So I'm going to go back to Claude and I'm just going to kind of like walk you through my workflow here. So we created that interactive artifact with the keyword data and insights. All right. We have some features where we can like integrate some social search. So we can go and find like, hey, based off this topic, what are some social posts that are also in and around this too? So, if you want to repurpose some content and create some social content, you can do that too. Okay. After I found the keywords, the next thing that I did is I had Claude basically group those keywords into a few key topics. So this one here is called newsletter growth and audience building. I thought that would be pretty relevant to your listeners. They're thinking about growing newsletters, growing their audience, so we can dig into that one a little bit more specifically. So what that is it's just 5 keywords in one kind of topic that went and that we researched that we can kind of talk about in one group.
Cool.
All right. So newsletter growth and audience building. All right. So now that we have newsletter growth and audience building, I'm sending another prompt to Claude. And this prompt is analyze the search results from page 1 and page 2 of Google for this cluster. So what this is doing here is it's actually going out and it's scraping the Google results to see what type of content is already out there for this topic.
Makes sense.
Okay. So basically what that's going to allow us to do is get a deeper understanding on what are our competitors that are ranking for this keyword not addressing. So what are the gaps that are out there? So, what are the topics? What are the themes? What are the ways that I can add more value than the competitors for people searching for this keyword. All right. So some of the things that popped up, like right now, the current content, it's talking about like basic audience acquisition tactics, general list building frameworks. It's not really going into things like data-driven growth benchmarks. So Claude is telling me there's an opportunity to create deeper, more comprehensive research than what the competitors are publishing that shows, data points. Give me advanced segmentation strategies so we can develop content on like, how do I, segment different subscribers based on their metrics? How do I trigger, automations within my email platform or something like that? It's saying that there's a gap in technical guidance, how to, coordinate this content across channels to develop like a comprehensive newsletter and audience growth plan. And then it says that another gap is people aren't really talking enough about retention, which I find pretty interesting too.
As someone who actually writes an email at gregeisenberg.com, I can attest that this is the content that I would click into and be really interested in reading.
Yep.
So this isn't just an LLM, making stuff up, right? It's actually true. This makes sense.
Yeah, this is not just an LLM making it up, because what we're doing with this MCP integration to the workflows in N8N is we're pumping all of the right context into Claude here.
Right.
So It's basing all of this around real data that's out there. So there's no hallucination. It's not just making things up around, what they might think people are interested in. It's actually understanding the demand. So it's finding the keywords. And then we selected a group of keywords and we're like, hey, go out there and read all of the ranking articles, posts, and websites on the front 2 pages of Google and tell me exactly what's missing. So this gives you like such a targeted spear if you're a newsletter platform to know exactly how you can go and attack the market.
Okay, you're firing me up now. Don't fire me up too much.
It's going to get better. So we've got these gaps. And the next thing that I want to do after I identify all these gaps is I want to know like what content that I can create. So I'm going to click back over to our artifacts because I created another really cool one. And this is a 30-day newsletter growth and audience building content dashboard. So this is that group of keywords that I mentioned, okay? Newsletter growth and audience building. So it's got about 5 keywords in it. And basically I asked Claude to, take a look at what's currently ranking and all that. Now tell me exactly what kind of content I need to go and create to dominate these search terms. So, there's no guesswork here. It's like, this is what you need to go and do. Here's day 1. On Monday, you need to go and create a blog post around the newsletter growth roadmap, tailored strategies for every stage, 0 to 100,000 subscribers. It tells me the keywords that, this content piece is focused on. And then I had it include a content brief so that I can create the perfect blog post for this topic. So it's telling me exactly what this brief is going to address. It's saying most content in this niche focuses on generic growth tactics rather than stage specific strategies. It's even got the primary audience, so newsletter creators at all stages, beginner to advanced, and it's giving us kind of a comprehensive structure in order to write this guide. But as Vibe marketers, we're not going to go write all this, right?
No, Vibe marketers are the most boring people, most lazy, boring people.
Exactly.
And that's why we love them.
That's it. So we're not going to go write a blog post manually, because if we wanted to do that, that could take another 20 to 30 hours, to make it perfect, to go back and forth, to integrate our brand voice, to do all that boring stuff manually sounds like a waste of time to me. So how do we automate it? How do we do it fast? I'm going to click this button, copy brief. Okay. I'm going to open Claude. So after we identified this brief, we're of course not going to manually write this. So I created another prompt in Claude. So I have a brand voice that I saved. Most folks using LLMs probably have something to this effect where, when they're prompting ChatGPT or whatever, they're kind of giving it's your preferences on how you want the content to come out. So I have a little prompt here, use this brand voice, and I copy and pasted the content brief that I showed you from the tool. So this is exactly what we just went through. Okay. And now Claude is writing a complete search optimized blog post for me based on that brief with my voice foundation that I gave it. So it's going through like every step. And I even have it pulled up here as an artifact that we can kind of scroll through and look at.
I mean, and when you say an artifact, you're saying like, this looks like a website to me.
Yeah. So Claude generates artifacts. It can generate, dashboards. It can generate websites. So this actually is a website that I created. Exactly. So when I said create an artifact, it just went in and it started coding this up. And I thought that, hey, I might as well make it a little website to pull up and show you versus, scrolling through the Claude dashboard there.
Cool.
So like I read this, I think it reads great. It even has different areas that I can, utilize for hero images and stuff like that. And we'll link this here, but I want people to read through the level of detail. This is
That's lame. Why did you jump to that? Sigma. All right, team. Got me coffee. Pretty quick. I decided for the rhyme while I was on my walk. Let me just see what it sounds like to myself. Nah. Hey, right. Fuck it, I be lost. Chilling out in space on this big ass rock. What the fuck's a dollar, man? It's fiat. If you don't know what that is, gotta read up. It's the daily vitamin, man. Let's rock. It's time for the daily vitamins. Let's re-up.
Or Claude or whatever, and they're like, hey, write me a blog post for
Rise the daily vitamins. I got abstract ones, I got fat stack thoughts. Looking at the cosmos, connecting all the dots. If I'm just a point of view, how the fuck could I be lost? Chilling out in space on this big ass rock. It's the daily vitamin, let's rock. It's the daily vitamin. I got abstract ones, I got fat stack thoughts. Looking at the cosmos, connecting all the dots. If I'm just a point of view, how the fuck could I be lost? Chilling out in space on this big ass rock. It's the daily vitamin, let's rock. It's the daily vitamins. I got abstract ones, I got fat stack thoughts. Looking at the cosmos, connecting all the dots. If I'm just a point of view, how the fuck could I be lost? Chilling out in space on this big ass rock. It's the daily vitamins. Let's rock. Hey. I got abstract ones, I got fast stack thoughts. Looking at the cosmos, connecting all the dots. If I'm just a point of view, how the fuck could I be lost? Chilling out in space on this big ass rock. What the fuck's a dollar, man? It's fiat. If you don't know what that means, gotta re-up. Time for the daily vitamins, better re-up. Fiat means by decree, guys. Fiat means by decree, right? Fiat definition? Fiat definition? It's like because we said so. A formal authorization or proposition, a decree. Yes. Is there any like Butler shit in here? Analysis, search result, content, create automated content briefs, generate complete blog posts and brand voice, MCP, explain creating social media content from the same flow, discussion of human review. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, we're gonna bookmark that. I'm gonna add this to our notes here for Daily Vitamins, episode 37. No, that's not us, right? 610. Man, this YouTube just grind it to a halt. It takes 2 months for us to get to. We're on day 38. Yeah, I don't know. Hippocrat. Put this here. Oh, jeez. Hippocrat is 4. What was I about to do? Shoot. Oh yeah, watch this video. What else? What else? macOS folder actions. Get rid of that. Yeah, see, this is not good, man. These are not good. These are not good. Shoot, what am I gonna do? Hmm. What am I gonna do? This is not good. I wonder how Google was able to do it so well, because it really did well, I would say. All right, let's try this. Mm. Wat een bummer.
My heart been telling me yes, mind been telling me no. Lockdown, I've been inside. Long time I ain't been on my home. When they call, don't answer the phone. I just wanna be on my own. I get up and get in my zone. I can't explain this feeling. Everyone said that they love me, liars simply don't know the meaning. My shorty keep it simple. I got her, don't need to please me. My songs, like my feelings, in the bank, but I can't release them. I grind cause I gotta get paid. 1% chance, 99% faith. I fell in love with the hustle. I fell in love with the chase. No emotion, put in the pain. We get it no matter the weather. Sun, snow, sleet, rain. Go sleep and do it again. My heart been telling me yes, mind been telling me no. Lockdown, I've been inside. Long time I ain't been on my home. When they call, don't answer the phone. I just wanna be on my own. I get up and get in my zone. All of these empty promises, it's like I don't know what's real. Everyone turn out fake, and now I don't know how to feel. I'm in the driver's seat, I can't control the wheel. We can split everything else, but no, we ain't splitting the bill. Let's see how far it can take me. They say I'm a blow, never say how long it will take me. But I'm on the way, just wait me. I thought she was done with me, now she said that she can't replace me. My heart been telling me yes, mind been telling me no. Lockdown, I've been inside. Long time I ain't been on my home. When they call, don't answer the phone. I just wanna be on my own. I get up and get in my zone. My heart been telling me yes, mind been telling me no. Lockdown, I've been inside. Long time I ain't been on my home. When they call, don't answer the phone. I just wanna be on my own.
That's real sick. Okay. Oh, the PDF. Correct each vendor code. Okay, so yeah, let's see it. Drive. There's no way that is right. 15 kilobytes. I don't believe it. Let's see. I don't believe it. Pen a new sheet right here. Horrible. Yeah. Horrible, horrible. That is so bad. Ugh. Fuck. All right. Damn, bro. That's super lame. What am I gonna do? Oh my gosh. Oh gosh, that's so bad. Oh gosh. It is so bad. What are the other options here? What is this one? Visual ideas and concept. Get detailed insights on any topic. Search the web. What are the other options here? Because that was crazy bad. Google Doc AI. Create document processors that help automate tedious tasks, improve data extraction, and gain deeper insights from unstructured or structured document information. Create high accuracy processors to extract, classify, and split documents. Um, I wonder if Notebook LM can do this. Um, can this do that? That would be incredible. Is this able to do it? I doubt it, hey? Okay, interesting. Super lame. It can only read text, yeah. I mean, not lame, that makes sense, but... Okay. What am I gonna do? Flip. Okay, try document. Yeah. No, man, that's a crazy feeling. I'm a, I guess.
Hi there, and welcome to The Future of Documents, a new series from Google Cloud to help developers make the most out of their unstructured data with Document AI. My name is Holt Skinner, I'm a developer advocate for Google Cloud, and I'll be helping you throughout this journey. The world's businesses rely heavily on documents to convey information. Think of all the PDFs, emails, forms, and contracts that you interact with on a daily basis. There's an enormous amount of data in these files. The problem with this type of data is that it is unstructured, or dark data. Dark data is information that businesses collect, process, and store during regular activities, but generally fail to use for other purposes. In other words, businesses are sitting on a document goldmine full of data that could be used to automate processes or gather analytics if it could be extracted into a machine-readable format. Let's take a look at the ways companies can begin to structure this data. There are 3 methods currently used to extract data from documents. First, we have manual data entry. Humans read the documents and then manually enter that data they see into a system. This requires a significant time investment and is extract the text using optical character recognition, or OCR technology. This method can be effective, but it's limited in the types of documents that can be processed. The third option is to analyze documents and extract information using artificial intelligence and machine learning. AI/ML technology has progressed rapidly in the last few years, and it's now possible to use it to read documents, parse the content, and extract valuable information from many different document types. This helps remove much of the data entry tool documents changes. Document understanding is an incredibly complex field in machine learning because extraction, machine translation, and data turn your unstructured content into structured data. Document AI is an end-to-end cloud-based platform for document processing. If you run a general form through a form parser, it recognizes there are questions and answers in your format. You can begin to make it. Maybe you're trying to add more data science expertise to work with just about any document you can throw at it. This includes OCR, a structured form parser, and document quality analysis. For specialized document AI, Google has pre-built models for common business document types. We have models for standardized forms such as W-2s, driver's licenses, etc., and we have models for high-variance document types such as invoices and receipts. Google trains and maintains the general and specialized models, so you don't have to. Soon, the platform will also offer the ability to build models for your own document types. You'll be able to train custom models from scratch or uptrain existing models without having to write any machine learning code. In this video, we talked about how document AI can help you make sense of your data so that you can go from unstructured or dark.
Okay. Interesting. Document AI. Okay. I want to go back. I'm going to delete this. Okay. Let's go document. Document AI. Document AI. Let's go send this to Tyson. Is it a crime? Okay. Yep, that makes sense. Cool. It's just so much. This is not good, in my opinion. A document AI processor lies between the document file and a machine learning model that performs document processing. Each processors fit into one of the following categories: digitize, custom extractor, form parser, layout parser, pre-trained parsers, and classify. Which processor should I use? Extract text and layout information from documents. Analyze the scanned image quality. Really. Okay, use the following demo to return the annotations. File size, PDF, maximum page vary per pre-processing. Didn't I get access to this? I thought I just signed up for this. Try it in console. Yeah, I gotta go to console. Do I? Notifications. Select a project. My processors. Cloud Document AI API service to parse structured information from unstructured or semi-structured documents. All products are priced in USD and charged in the currency CAD specified by your billing account. The price for this month is calculated with an exchange rate of 1.39. Number of pages processed for DAI. Document AI Core Custom Model Prediction. Number of pages processed with premium OCR add-ons. Number of pages processed by Doc AI Layout Parser for chunking. Okay. Well, free trial status 451 credit, 91 days remain. Activate your full account to get access. Yeah, I want free trial status. What does it say? Activate your account to get unlimited access to all Google Cloud. Pay only for what you use. Jeez, right now, this is a lot. There's a lot of different stuff going on here. I'm confused. Is it a crime? View tutorials. So that's it. Get started. Also, get started with form parser. Create and train an invoice parser, document and workbench, create a custom document classifier. No. Is that what I was just looking at? Okay. Sick. Enable, yes. This is like such horrible. Um, my processors. Now viewing project, my first project. Open project picker. Each document AI processor performs a specialized task on documents posted to its unique endpoint. The validation criteria can be customized for each processor to send low confidence documents to human review. Okay, so identify and extract text from different. Okay, let's just make sure we got our. This is probably gonna disconnect the stream. I'm gonna throw in a VPN so that this works. I don't know if this is gonna disconnect the stream. If it does, y'all have a beautiful, beautiful afternoon. Thank you so much for joining. If you okay, seems like it's still working. So ready to use out of the box processors for general document goals. So features trainable type. This is just horrible UI, man. Google, this is just horrible. Extract 30 plus fields from utility statements. Extract form W2, W9, driver's license, split procurement documents bundled into a single PDF. Lending doc splitter, bank statement, expense, identify document proofing, invoice parser. Okay. Extract form elements such as text and checkbox. Identify and extract document layouts and chunks. I think this is the one that we want to use. Processor name. 7gen product catalog wizard. Advanced options. What is it? Must be okay. Product catalog product catalog wizard. Advanced options are Google managed encryption key, cloud keys owned by customer. Now it's fine. You guys can use that. Okay. Okay. Upload test document, 15 pages. Disable processor activity. Yeah, I want to just explore them. Processor gallery. What is this? Disable or delete? I don't understand why it wants to do this. Upload a test document. I don't understand why. Prediction, manage versions. How do I use this actually? Do I have to manage versions? Do I have to hit this API endpoint? I bet I do. All right, yeah, we're getting into some details around this stuff that I actually don't want to have on stream, and it's kind of annoying to like try to move shit around so I'm not exposing any stuff while I'm on stream. So I think with that, um, yeah, I think I am gonna end it there. All right, y'all. Peace, everybody. Y'all have a beautiful afternoon. We'll see you. This is Daily Vitamins. Did we? Before I keep going, I liked what I said about this stuff. That seemed like I was like, yeah, I think I agree with this. As I've sat with it, 37. I like the Hippocrat idea. That's a good one there. Um, all right. Yeah, beautiful. Okay. Yeah, thanks guys. Peace.